Please sit down.
President, this morning the trial chamber is continued its session of the case 401 in 2007. The graphier report the presence of the concerned parties and the witnesses to be summoned for today's hearing. The graphier. Your Honors, Mr. President, the civil parties are all present, and the parties are present, and the witnesses are all present. Thank you. The President, graphier, puts those records of the witnesses in the transcript. Next, may the court officer bring in the witness KW31 into the courtroom. The President, is your name Chan Vươn? The witness, yes, my name is Chan Vươn. How old are you this year? The witness, I am 56 years old. The President, where is your current address? The witness, I lived in Om Leang sub-district. What is your occupation? Says the President. I'm the farmer, says the witness. According to the report from the graphier, you are not related by blood or by in-laws to the parties in this case. Is that correct? Says the President. That is correct, says the witness. Are you a relative to Duch or through any other parties in this case, says the President. The witness, yes. With whom then, says the President. I am not clear, says the witness. Are you a relative through any parties in this case, asks the President. The witness, yes. To whom? My uncle, says the witness. What is his name? His name is Soy. Where is he? He's in Piem village. What is his current occupation? Asks the President. He's not doing anything. He stays there, says the witness. The President's microphone is not on. The President, so as is in the report of the graphier, you are not related by blood or by descendant or in-law through any other parties in this case. In this case, the trial chamber invites you as a witness, and as a witness, the trial chamber requires you to take an oath before providing your testimony. Have you taken an oath yet? The witness, yes, I already took an oath. The President, in this case, the trial chamber invites you to provide your testimony of what you have heard, have seen related to the facts at the security office M13 located in Om Leang, Tpong district, Kampong Speu province during the 1970s, that is from 71 to April 1975. So that is just a brief information for the intention of inviting you to provide a testimony in today's hearing. Do you understand? The witness, yes, I do. The President, next. The chamber will declare your rights as a witness. You can decide not to answer any questions or to make any statements which could be self-discriminatory. Do you understand this right? The witness, I do not really understand it. The President, this means if in your testimony it is related to what happened or what you committed during that time, you do not have to answer or to make any statement regarding that facts. However, you can provide other reasons of views which you have seen, have heard, besides the acts you did it yourself. That is self-incriminating. Do you understand that now? The witness, yes, I do. The President, can you tell the chamber if you know M13 Security Office located in Om Leang in Tpong district, Kampong Speu province, which existed in the 1971 to 75? Do you really know that office? The witness, yes, I do know it. The President, how come do you know that location? The witness, because I used to work with him. The President, so at that time you were staff at that security office? The witness, yes. The President, did you live in the security office M13 in Tpong, Kampong Speu province for how long? Do you remember the date? The witness, I don't really remember it, but I stayed there for 1 year with him. So you say for 1 year, says the President. Is it from 71 to 72 or 72 to 73 or 73 to 74? The witness, probably it was in 74. 74 or 75? The President, can you describe the events you observed during the time you lived in M13 for that 1 year? What did you see? What did you hear in that location? Please describe it to the chamber. The witness, yes, I can do that. I entered and worked with him. Oh, I saw him working there. I saw his activities with my own eyes. First I arrived. Initially I was in the army, but after we were defeated, we were sent to Duch unit. When I arrived, I did not see what happened. I saw him tying up the prisoners. I saw this with my own eyes. So he hanged the prisoners, he beat the prisoners during interrogations. That's what I saw at that Duch office. I myself did not stay there all the time. I was assigned to the economics unit to find food for the prisoners to eat. In 1 month or in a fortnight, I entered the office, so I did not know clearly of his daily activities at the office. Only when I arrived at the office, I saw him mistreating the prisoners. I did not stay permanently there. So probably in a week or in a month, I came into the office. I myself worked with him. I also had an issue with him too. That is my opinion. The President, at that time, how old were you? The witness, at that time I was around 20-something. The President, at that location in total, including Duch himself and his subordinates and the security guards, I'm talking about all the staff working in that office. How many altogether, as you know it? The witness, there were many, but I cannot remember most of their names, probably more than 10. The President, so you were in charge of finding food supplies in the economics unit. That's what it's called at the time, right? Trying to find food to supply the unit, the office. Did you work as a security guard or as an interrogator? The witness, no. I did not interrogate prisoners because I was with the economics unit. After I returned from finding the food supplied, when they did not have enough staff, I was used as a guard sometimes. To guard for 1 or 2 days, then I left to find food supply again. The President, during the time that you observed, in 1 day, on average, how many detainees in that location? The witness, sometimes I saw more than 10, After I went outside and I returned again, sometimes I saw less than 10, and I didn't know what happened to them or where they went. Sometimes I stayed there constantly, sometimes I went out for 1 or 2 weeks, and sometimes when I returned back, those 10 or so, there were only 5 or 6 of them remaining. The President, any of the bench judges have any questions for the witness? The floor is yours. President Judge Lavange, the floor is yours.
Judge Lavergne, could we first ask the accused to please stand up? Is the witness? Could the witness look at the accused and tell us if he can recognize him?
The witness, yes, I recognized him.
Judge Lavergne, you indicated, you told us that you stayed at M13 for about a year. Could you describe to us who were the people who were detained there? Were they men, women, children? What can you tell us about that?
The witness? Yes, I can. The detainees, including children, spouses, wives and husbands. So actually most of those from the Omliang sub-district, they were arrested and detained there at their office, including 2 of my relatives. So there were children as well, both male and female adults.
Quel âge avaient ces enfants?
Judge Lavergne, how old were these children?
The witness. The children's age ranged from 3 to 4 years old, so they were pretty young.
Judge Lavergne, were there any war prisoners, prisoners of war, POWs, POWs from the Lon Nol Republican Army?
I only know those who were sent from the Omliang sub-district. I didn't know about the rest.
Judge Lavergne. So there were prisoners who did not come from the Omliang district, and you did not know who they were and from where they came? Is that what you're saying?
The witness, yes, that is correct. I only recognize those from Omliang.
Judge Lavergne, do you know why people were detained in M13?
The witness. I didn't really know, but probably they were detained, probably they were accused of being spies.
Est-ce que tous les
George Lavergne, were all the detainees treated the same way, or were there different categories of detainees?
The witness. I could not hear properly.
est-ce que
George Lavergne, were all the detainees treated the same way, or was there a difference? For example, were there any detainees who were authorized to go and work and others who were not authorized to do so?
The witness? Yes, some were. Some detainees were allowed to go out, but some were not. Only a few were allowed. A few were allowed because, for example, from the Omlang sub-district, some of them disappeared. I didn't know where they went. Only 3 survived today who were detained at that M13 office. Own, Bong, and Son only survived. More than 70 people from Omlang sub-districts disappeared. I didn't know where they went. I didn't know where he sent them to. There were more than 70 of them, and only 3 survived today from the Omlang sub-district.
George Lavergne, what you're telling us is that during the year in which you were working in M13, you personally observed that some 70 people disappeared. Is that correct?
The witness. That is correct. I did not see them. They disappeared. Only 3 survived today. They were released, and I didn't know about the rest.
George Lavergne, can you tell us what the detention conditions were like? Where exactly were the detainees? Can you tell us whether they were chained? Can you tell us where they were placed?
The witness. I will tell you the truth. At that detention center, there were pits. There were 3 prisons in a row. The detainees were detained there. They were hooked into a ring attached to the metal bar and a chain. And when they were brought up, they were changed to the neck. That's what I saw with my own eyes. Although I worked with the economic units, but when I returned, that's what I saw. So when they were let out to work, they were changed to the neck.
vous dites qu'il y avait
George Lavergne, you say that there were 3 prisons. Can you describe them? What were they?
The witness. You mean those who survived? As I told you, there are 3 who survived. One is Own, the second is Bong, and the third one was Son. These 3 were released by him from that office.
concrètement, est-ce que les personnes
George Lavergne, were these people detained in houses, in pits? Can you describe the place where these people were detained?
The witness. First, the three were detained and then they were released outside of the prison.
est-ce que vous
George Lavergne, can you tell us whether the detainees had enough to eat?
The witness. About the food supply, they did not have enough food to eat. They only had gruel. Even the guards also had gruel to eat. That's what he gave, little gruel to eat. It's hard for us to even work because we were so exhausted from lack of food.
George Lavergne, did you observe whether the detainees ate the same food as the personnel? Did everybody eat the same thing?
The witness. The detainees and the guards ate the same type. They ate gruel. But for the detainees, they had like watery gruel, but for the guards, they had thick gruel.
est-ce que vous avez vu des gens
George Lavergne, did you see people die of hunger?
The witness. No, I did not.
Est-ce que vous avez vu des gens, est-ce que vous avez vu des détenus
Did you see detainees die of illness?
The witness. No, I did not.
Est-ce que vous avez
George Lavergne, did you observe at one point that the rain fell very heavily at M13 one day? And did you observe that this had caused problems?
The witness. When it rained heavily, there was a flood because the office was near a stream. So there was a flood. Both the detainees and the guards were in chaos. The guards climbed up the trees to avoid the flood. At that time in the pits, some detainees were rescued and some died in those pits. But probably not many died because there were a few prisoners at the time.
Judge Lavergne, what you are telling us is that some detainees remained in the pits and some drowned in the pits. Is that what you are saying?
The witness. Yes, that is the truth.
This is what you saw personally, asks George Lavergne.
The witness. Yes.
Judge Lavergne, you told us that in this center the detainees were tied up and that they were interrogated. Can you tell us more exactly what you saw in regard to the interrogations? Were there specific methods used to interrogate the detainees?
The witness, from what I saw, they were stripped naked and beaten during the interrogation. That's what I saw with my own eyes.
And who conducted the interrogations?
The witness, it's him, Duch.
Judge Lavergne, did you see any other people conduct the interrogations, or did you see only the accused conducting them?
The witness, amongst them, there were two of them, including Chan. Only these two were interrogating the detainees.
Judge Lavergne, two people in addition to Duch, or do you mean Duch and someone else?
Yes, that is correct. Only Duch and Chan.
Vous nous avez dit que
Judge Lavergne, if I understood you clearly, you saw Duch hit people. Is that what you said?
The witness, yes, that is true.
qu'est-ce qu'il utilisait?
Judge Lavergne, what did he use to hit people?
The witness, sometimes he used a club to beat the detainees to interrogate them. Another person, I saw him burn the detainee alive. The detainee was hanged and burned. I did not dare to say anything at the time. I was scared because I was afraid of being accused of being a connection and would be tortured. That is what I saw. The prisoner was stripped naked and hanged.
Judge Lavergne, when you say the persons, are you referring to men and women, or was it just men?
The witness, I do not clearly understand.
Judge Lavergne, I shall repeat. You said that you saw Duch hit people. Were these people that Duch was hitting only men, or were they men and women?
The witness, as I've said, there were male and female, and the female detainee was burned. For the male detainees, they only beat, but for the female detainees, he used the torch to burn the breast.
Judge Laverne, so you personally saw Duch burn the chests or the bosom of women with a torch. Is that it?
The witness, yes, that's what I saw with my own eyes. He used a gasoline attached onto a stick and burnt it and then burnt her. That's what I saw with my own eyes. I stood and watched it.
Judge Laverne, did this happen several times or just the once?
The witness, I only saw one time when that female detainee was burned.
The witness, no specific time. Sometime I spent there for 1 week, sometime 20 days, and then I was sent to go back if we have enough clothes to take. Sometimes we do not have any supply of clothes, so we need to wait. So there's no specific time limit for staying at the place.
François Roux. Mr. Roux. So, during these periods when you were inside the camp, you said to the prosecutor when he asked you the question that you saw Duch carry out interrogations 3 to 4 times. Is that correct? You saw that happen 3 or 4 times. Duch interrogating prisoners.
The witness, yes, I did see that. It is correct.
Mr. Roux, therefore, could you tell the chamber where these 3 or 4 interrogations took place? Where specifically? And first of all, did these interrogations take place inside, that is to say, inside in a room, or did these interrogations happen outside?
The witness, yes, when he took the prisoner for interrogation, sometime outside of the prison, sometime inside of the prison, and at the daytime he took the prisoner to interrogate outside, but at night he did that in the prison.
Mr. Roux, so now we're going to try to be a bit more specific. You say that you saw this happen 3 or 4 times. So how many times did you see Duch interrogate outside of the prison, and how many times did you see him interrogate inside the prison?
The witness, I saw 3 times for interrogation outside of the prison, 2 times for men prisoner and 1 woman, and inside the prison 4 times. Sometimes he asked that prisoner, another prisoner, so if anyone who refused to answer, he kept one and took another one. And sometimes he asked in the prison, sometimes he interrogated outside of the prison.
Mr. Roux, when you say outside of the prison, What do you mean exactly, Mr. Witness? What do you mean by outside of the prison?
The witness, outside means he took the prisoner outside, not far away, but outside, just not far away from the prison.
Vous voulez dire à l'extérieur de la clôture de bambou?
Mr. Hu, you mean outside of the bamboo fence around the prison? Is that what you mean?
The witness, at the time he just took the prisoner outside of the fence, just close to the fence, next to the fence, but outside the prison. And after interrogation, he took the prisoner back into. When he asked, he interrogated inside the prison, so he took the prisoner out of the pit, but as interrogate inside the fence. There was a bamboo fence. He took the prisoner outside of the fence and interrogated there.
Mr. Hu. So, therefore, let's start with this. So, you saw him interrogate prisoners outside, beyond the fence. So, who was with Duch then? Who else was with Duch aside from the prisoner when the prisoner was being interrogated outside of the prison?
The witness, there was no one, only Duch alone and the prisoner. And he interrogated the prisoner. There was no guards surrounding him.
Mr. Hu, so if I understand you well, 3 to 4 times, I don't exactly remember, but you say 3 to 4 times Duch stepped outside of the prison with a prisoner and Duch was alone. So therefore, where were you when this happened?
The witness, yes, I was nearby, but I did not come closer, even closer, and just walk around, and he interrogated the prisoner. The guard, we dare not go close to him. We dare not look at his face at that time.
Mr. Hu, who gave you the permission to step outside of the prison? If Duch is outside of the prison, and if you are a guard, therefore, who gave you the permission to step outside of the prison, to go outside of the fence?
The witness, yes, at that time, the guards has the right to move around. It's not only to guard. The guard can move outside and inside. So only the prisoner who has no right. The guard could go inside or outside, could move.
Mr. Hu? So, you have just told us that Duch was alone with the prisoner and that you were with other guards. So therefore, could you give, please, to the chamber the names of the guards who were with you then, and therefore who were able to witness the scene that you have described to us?
The witness. Yes, I do not remember well. There were a lot of guards. I feel confused. There were 6 or 7 of them. The guards guard against those who inside, but when the prisoner taken outside to interrogate, there were no guard to prison there. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Hu, so therefore you are telling us that there were no guards accompanying Duch outside of the prison, but you were with 6 guards, however, quite close to, so close that you were able to see what was happening. So I didn't quite understand here.
The witness, yes, it is correct.
Alors je voudrais le nom des gardes, s'il vous plaît, qui étaient avec.
Mr. Hu, please, who was with you?
The witness. There was corn, there were corn and hen and chuen. I forget some others. There were 6 of us. I do not remember the names. So everyone just moved back and forth there.
Mr. Hu. So, therefore, what I understand is that the interrogations, therefore the torture, took place in public. Is that so?
Tout le monde.
The witness, yes, it carried out in the open place. There was no fence, no wall, but inside there was a bamboo fence. But when it is interrogated outside, it is in the open field.
Mr. Hu, and therefore everybody could hear the answers from the prisoner. The answers from the prisoner who was being subjected to the interrogation. Everybody could hear them. Is that so?
The witness, yes, we could hear because we were close to the interrogation place. So the guards who walked there and here could hear the interrogation and response.
Très bien.
Mr. Hu, very well. Okay, so we're going to speak again about this woman. This woman you said Duch tortured with a torch. Where was she interrogated? Was she interrogated outside of the fence or within the prison?
The witness, yes, for the women victim was interrogated and tortured. It was outside of the fence in one corner, right behind the bamboo fence under the tree, and it was outside of the fence during the morning, not in the daytime, but in the morning.
Mr. Hu, you answered a question from the prosecutor. The question was, Duch saw me because I was really close by. I was at the other end of the table. That's at least what I heard from the translation. Duch saw me because I was at the other end of the table. Therefore, could you please explain to the chamber what was this table?
The witness, it was a wooden table. There was no plywood. It was a small timber built as a table. And the bench was also made of the timber, a small tree of the wrist side.
Mr. Hu, so therefore there was a table that was outside of the fence. Is that correct?
The witness, yes, it is true.
Qui d'autre était
Mr. Ho, who else was around this table? So you have Duch, you have the prisoner, and you. Who else was there?
The witness, there was no other people, only Duch and the victim. It's only me who came after washing my face, and I saw the torture with lifting the torch to the breast of the victim. That's all I saw.
Pouvez-vous expliquer à la Chambre
Could you explain to the chamber, says Mr. Ho, why you were there at that time? I understand that Duch was interrogating a prisoner, but why were you there at that particular time? Did Duch call you?
The witness, as I stated earlier, he didn't call me. I went to wash my face and wash my feet, and I saw he tied up the prisoner and torture, and I stood there and watched at the other end of the table. So after that, I walked away to outside of the prison. That's all.
Mr. Ho, when you say the other side of the table, what was the size of that table, approximately? Is it a bit like where you're sitting now?
The witness, the table is about square. It's about that size, but longer. It's about 5 meters long. It's quite a long table. It's a dining table. However, that location was no longer used because they had a new dining hall and they did not use that dining table anymore. And that's where the torch of the breast happened. It's at that table.
Mr. Ho, the prosecutor asked you this morning and he did not get a response. Whether Duch said something or whether he obtained any answers. If you were on the other side of the table, I imagine you would have heard the questions put by Duch and the answers given by the prisoner. Be so kind as to tell the chamber what you heard and not just what you saw. Witness, what did you hear during this event or incident?
The witness, I saw him touching that woman. He put the petroleum on a piece of cloth and torture, and after that I walked away because I was feared. Because I did not have the permission to be there, so I went away.
Mr. Ho, very well. You answer neither the prosecution's nor the defense's questions, and we shall draw our conclusions from that. Lastly, if you'll forgive me, I'd like to return to the scene concerning your uncle. I'm sorry to bring this up again, but you provided important details to the prosecutor a while ago. You said, when he shot my uncle, I was nearby. I heard gunshots. and I saw my uncle fall. I shall call this, or was this outside the fence?
The witness. When I heard the gunshot, I was outside the fence. As I stated, I was outside the fence. And the fire was shot from inside, but I was at the other side, to the east side of the fence. So one shot was fired, and it hit one shoulder, it came out on another shoulder, and another one on the chest, and he fell on the ground. That's my uncle who fell into the ground, and I saw this with my own eyes.
Mr. Ho, if I understood you correctly, you were outside the fence, but the event occurred within the fence. Is that correct?
Witness, that is correct.
Mr. Ho, so when you saw your uncle fall, does it mean that you came towards the entrance at the fence? How did it happen? So you heard gunshots, then you went back inside the fence, and that is how you saw your uncle fall? Is that how it happened?
The witness. When I saw it, I did not dare to go inside because I saw my uncle and I was afraid that they knew I was his nephew. Because when he was brought in, I did not tell them that he was my uncle. So I went away from him. I did not let him know. After I heard and saw it, I went to the kitchen hall. I did not stay near that scene because after I saw my uncle's death, then I went away.
Mr. Ho, of course, I understand. So we agree that first you heard the gunshots, and it is after the gunshots that you saw your uncle fall. Is that correct?
The witness, that is correct.
Mr. Ho, and you could see that through the fence?
Est-ce que vous avez pu voir?
Were you able to see your uncle fall through the fence since you were outside the fence? Perhaps you could explain this to the chamber.
The witness. The bamboo fence was not as close as the other fence, so it could see through. I could look through the fence, and then the people from the other side could see me as well. So people walking in or coming out could be seen through the fence.
Mr. Ho, so what you saw was your uncle falling. Is that correct?
The witness, that is correct.
Donc, monsieur.
Mr. Ho, so witness, you didn't see who fired the shots, did you?
The witness. No, I saw Duch shot it with my own eyes. I saw him holding the gun and shot it.
Merci, monsieur le témoin.
Mr. Ho, thank you. Mr. Witness, the court will draw its own inferences. Thank you.
The President, Judge Lavange, the floor is yours.
J'aurais une question à poser à l'accusé.
Judge Lavergne, I'd like to put a question to the accused. In previous hearings, the accused has mentioned a number of detainees who were freed from M13. Can the accused tell us whether these detainees, which he says were freed, included Mr. Chan Vun or not?
The accused journalist. In the beginning, I talked about I myself released 10 people. Amongst those 10, Chan Vun was not there. And I would like to reinstate that Chan Vun was not the guard or was not a prisoner at that location.
Est-ce que vous pouvez répondre précisément?
Judge Lavergne, can you answer this exactly? In the course of previous hearings, did you mention the name of Chan Vun, or did you say that witness KW31 was released following a decision taken by you?
The accused. I already informed the chamber earlier that I released Brother Song with his alias KW30, and for KW31 I did not mention it. I talked about the KW32. KW32 was my staff. And I would like to verify that I mistaken KW30 to a victim named Son, who came to provide the testimony earlier at this court. The victims whom I released, there was no Son in there. The name was Song.
Judge Lavergne, can Duch tell us whether before this hearing today he had seen this witness, or has he never met this witness before?
The accused. I met Chan Vun only in this court. The President. Chan Vun, your presence here is no longer required. Since the chamber has no more questions for you, you can return to your residence or where you wish. Court officer, arrange to have him returned to his place. You have to work in coordination with Visu. And the chamber announced adjournment for 20 minutes, and we shall resume at 3 p.m.
Please stand up. សូមជើញអង្គុយចុះ Please sit down.
អង្គជំនុំជម្រះប្រកាសបន្ត President, the chamber now announced its in session. Now we have to listen to another witness testimony. Chan Khon, court officer, could you bring the witness Chan Khon into the courtroom? The President, the witness, is your name Chan Khon? The witness, yes. The President, Chan Khon, how old are you this year? The interpreter could not hear the witness clearly. The President, what is your current address? The witness, in Tep Pirum village, Wilpon sub-district, Tpong district, Kampong Speu province. The President, what is your current occupation? The witness, I am a farmer, a rice farmer. The President, according to the report of the greffier, you are not related by blood or by in-law to any of the parties in this case. Is that correct? The witness. Could you please repeat your question, Your Honor? The President, according to the report from the greffier, you, Mr. Chan Khon, you are not related by blood or as a relative or in-law to any of the party in this case. Is that correct? The witness, that is correct. The President, now the chamber invites you as a witness in this case, and you are required to take an oath before providing your testimony. Have you taken an oath yet? The witness, yes, I did. The President, in the proceedings, the trial chamber summons you in order to listen to your testimony about the events that you have heard, have seen at the security office M13 located in Om Lang, Tpong district, Kampong Speu province during the period of 1971 through 1975. That is what you can speak through the chamber of the events related to that office. Do you know that security office M13? The witness. Yes, I knew it in 1973. The President. How come you have learned of that security office M13 in 1973? The witness. First, the chief of the village asked me to be a soldier. When I was sent to that M13 office. The President. When you arrived at M13 office, what were you assigned to do? The witness. When I arrived at the M13 office, I was assigned as a guard. The President. Now, before it comes to the time of questioning regarding to those facts, the Chamber would like to remind you of your right as a witness. You can refuse to answer any question or any statement which is self-incriminating. However, you can answer of what you know, have heard, besides those that could self-incriminate you. Can you describe the scenes or the events that you have heard, have known, have seen during the period you were and that you worked as a guard in the M13 office until such time you left that place to your base? Can you describe from your recollection? The witness. It's a long one. Could you please break your questions into parts? The President. The intention of summons you to the chamber is to listen to what you have heard, have known, have seen of what happened in the security office M13 located in Om Leang Thpong district, Kampong Speu province, when you arrived and you worked there. From what you can remember, can you describe of what you remember? The witness. First, when I arrived, I saw detainees. I went there in 1973. I saw the prisoners in that location. My duty was to guard. But in 1974, due to the assignment from the upper echelon, I was transferred to Opril, west of Trapang Krai, as a rice farmer, and to build a dam until the liberation of 17 April. I returned into a mobile unit in Udong area. The President, can you recall when you arrived in that place and worked as a guard until you left to work as a rice farmer or to work in another location? How long did you stay in that location? The witness, I stayed there in 1973, and in late 1973 or early 74, I went and do the rice farming outside. The President, do you know who was the chairman of the security office M13? What was the name? The office, the witness. The interpreter cannot hear the response from the witness. The President, can you recall The President. Let me start again. Because there was no translation and it was not recorded in the transcript, let me ask you again. When you went to work at the security office M13 and later you went to do the rice farming, how long was it during that period? The witness. I went to live there in 1973. I did not remember the months that I left. It was toward the late 73. The President. At that time, do you know who was the chairman of the security office M13? The witness. Duch. The President. Besides Duch, do you know his subordinates? How many subordinates that you could recognize? The witness. I could not remember clearly. I was still pretty young at the time. The President. Madam Judge, do you have any questions for the witness? If you have, the floor is yours. President, Judge Lavange, the floor is yours.
Judge Lavergne. First of all, could the accused please stand up? And can the witness see the accused? And can you tell us if he recognizes the accused? Thank you.
The accused, yes, I recognize him, but he's old now. Previously, he was still young.
Judge Lavergne, can Duch tell us if he recognizes the witness?
The accused, he was actually the staff of the office M13.
Judge Lavergne, you explained to us that you arrived at M13 after the village chief told you that you were going to become a soldier. Were you told the kind of work that you were going to be assigned to at M13? Did they explain to you the kind of work that you were going to do at M13?
The witness. When I first arrived, 2 or 3 days later, he assigned me to guard as normally.
Judge Lavergne, when you left for M13, did you know what M13 meant? Did you know that this was a place where people were kept prisoner?
The witness. The place where I went to first was where they detained people.
Quand vous êtes parti à M13,
Judge Lavergne, when you went to M13, was it something important for you? Was it a sign of recognition for certain of your qualities? Was it a form of promotion?
The witness. No. I was as a normal guard, an ordinary staff that he used in that office. There was no rank or such thing.
Est-ce qu'on vous a dit
Judge Lavergne, were you told that you were going to participate in the revolution, that you were going to do something for your country? What did they tell you?
The witness. I was not told anything. I was told just to guard the prisoners.
Judge Lavergne, how old were you when you arrived at M13?
The witness. I could not remember my age. I was probably 13 or 14 years old at the time.
Judge Lavergne, were you trained in any way?
The witness. No. He did not provide me any training.
Est-ce que vous pouvez nous
Lavergne, could you describe to us concretely how the M13 Center was organized? Where were the detainees placed and where were the guards?
The witness. The guards had the right to guard, and if a prisoner escaped, for example, guard A had to be responsible, and if it was under the guard B responsibility, he had to be responsible.
Please sit down.
Now, the trial chamber declared to continue its sessions for this afternoon, and from the beginning, I would like to give the floor to the defense, to the lawyer for the civil parties who wishes to ask questions to the witness. And if you have questions, please start from group number 1 to group number 4. If you have any question to pose, please, lawyer for group number 1.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Your Honors, with your leave, we do not have any questions for the accused, but we would have just 1 or 2 questions to the accused on, sorry, we do not have any question to the witness, but we would have 1 or 2 questions to the accused on a matter pertaining to the testimony of this witness.
Please ask your question.
Described prisoners at M13 detained alive in some pits. Could you confirm that in 1974 there were indeed at M13 some prisoners detained in some pits.
Please, Mr. Lawyer, ask the question again, reframe the question because the accused has not listened to your question properly. Please ask your question again so that he can catch your question so that he can provide the answer to you. Yes, thank you.
So, this witness this morning described at M13 prisoners detained alive in some pit. And my question is, can you confirm that in 1974 there were indeed some prisoners detained alive in some pits?
Mr. President, as far as I listened to the testimony by Chan Vuon this morning, he did not say anything about the buried alive in the pit of the detainee. That's all that I can say.
Should I rephrase my questions? I was only asking about prisoners detained in some pit in 1974. If the accused can confirm that fact, I was not talking about anybody being buried alive. I'm not sure if it's a problem of translation or...
Mr. Lawyer, please reframe your question to be more specific. So what is your question in particular? And the accused, please listen to his question carefully so that you can answer. So if you have any reason that you know that the question was not correct based on the testimony by the witness this morning, please, Mr. Lawyer.
Yes, sir. My question is simply to know whether or not you can confirm if some people at M13 in 1974 were detained in pits or not.
Your Honors, Mr. President, the matters of detention of the victims at M13 from the bombing by the B-52, we detained the victim in the pits, including myself and the guards also sleep in the pits, the open pits altogether. And this we are talking a long time now, and we should not raise at this point in time again.
But could you tell us if yes or no, some people in 1974 in some people were still detained in some pits at M13?
The accused, I refrain not to respond because I responded already.
With your leave, Your Honor, the accused did not answer the question, and as far as I can see, it's a very simple question. Maybe he cannot remember, and that's fine, but it will be important for us if the the accused could just answer the question.
The accused and the chamber inform him about his right to remain silent, so he could do so. He refrained from answering the question because he thought that it is a repeated question. And now he will not answer this same question, so we move to the question. So to the witness, do you have any question? If you don't have any question, we give the floor for other lawyers of other groups to ask. Please, lawyer from group number 2, do you have any question to ask the witness? If you have, please do so.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. We have no questions. Thank you.
And we move to a lawyer from group number 3. If you have any question to ask to the witness, please do so. My name is Kaing Guek Eav. I'm the lawyer for group number 3 of Civil Party. I have a number of questions to the witness in relation to your work. When you describe that your work as a economics unit, in addition to that, you took a number of prisoners to work outside of the prison. My question is that when you took the prisoner to work outside, so what did they do, and what were the conditions of the work at that time? Yes, I would like to reply. When I took them to work, the prisoner to slash the forest and to build the dam called Tang Ting Dam, and to dig the soil to build a dike and the dam at that place. So we spent there for about one hour, and then I told them to break the chains, and those prisoners broke the chains and they fled away. And I would like to ask for your confirmation. Did you yourself take the prisoner to work, or you receive order from anyone to do so? Yes, the witness. I received the order from Duch directly to take the prisoner there, because at that day he had no guards to do so, and he took me from the economic unit to do so. I received order from Duch. I have no more questions. Thank you. Do you have any other question? If you have, please do so.
Thank you, Mr. President, says Mr. Canon. I have two very brief questions to put to the witness. Mr. Chan Vun, this morning, and you said in your previous statement, which was read out, as follows: sometimes Duch was happy like a madman when he had tortured prisoners. This is my question. Can you explain what that means? How was his behavior like?
Yes, at that time, when I say he was happy like crazy man, he did not interrogate. So when after the interrogation, he was very happy and he expressed the feeling of happy.
Pour être plus précis, comment pour être plus précis?
Mr. Cannon, more precisely, how was this displayed? What gestures did he use? What words did he speak?
The witness, at the time when he interrogated the victim, he laughed and he laughed loudly, as I told you earlier. So when he interrogated and when he smiled, there must be a plan of him. I noticed that not only the prisoners, including the guard, dare not look at his face. We can walk close him, but we dare not look at his face at that time. Thank you.
Mr. Cannon, I'd like to return to the woman that you saw being interrogated and tortured with fire. This morning you told us that she had not died immediately, that she was unleashed and taken back to the prison. My question is this: how long, do you know how long it took her to die?
The witness, when the interrogation, she did not die. She had screamed, and the victim did not die there, but she was taken back to the prison to detain. She was brought back to the prison, but I saw she was burned with a torch in front of my eyes.
Mr. Cannon, do you know what happened to her after that?
The witness, please speak again, ask again.
Mr. Cannon, I shall repeat and clarify my question. When she was taken back to the prison, do you know what happened to her after she was taken back to the prison?
The witness, at the time I did not know, but I just saw she was taken back to the prison because I did not go closer to the place.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have nothing further, says Mr. Cannon.
Shot him to death. Is the victim different from your uncle or the same person? The witness, yes. Soy was my uncle. It's the second uncle. He shot him to death. It was my uncle Soy, whose house was in Omblang, next to my house. He shot him to death. His name was Soy. The lawyer, thank you. I have another question. Your uncle, where did he was arrested? or your uncle was staff at M13, the witness. When he was arrested, there was a militia at that regime they call militia. The militia arrested him, sent him to M13 and was not arrested by Duch by himself, but the militia who made the arrest and sent to M13. The lawyer, you yourself, when you came to M13, were you interrogated by Duch? The witness, no, from the beginning I dare not do anything, so it can say one would know only one's own business because the lawyer, my question is that you yourself, do you experience any interrogation by Duch? It's you yourself, the witness. The witness, no. He did not interrogated me at that time. That's all. The lawyer, at M13, do you have any blood relation to any one of the staff or worker at M13? The witness, no, I have no relatives working there. The lawyer, this morning you said that you broke the bamboo fence and escaped and to live in the village, and were you sent back to M13? The witness, yes, at 9 o'clock midnight at night I broke the fence and I ran away to the village. I asked the village chief to help, and the village chief said that, oh, you should wait until the morning and I will provide guarantee. And he talked to Duch, and you should allow Duch to stay here in the village. And 1 week I received a letter, and then he allowed me to live in the cooperative. That's why I'm still alive now. The lawyer, thank you, Mr. President. Next, I give the floor to the Defense Counsel. Do you have any question to ask the witness? If you have any question, please do so.
Merci.
François Roux. Thank you, Your Honors. Hello, Mr. Witness. I would like to ask you for a few small specifications. First of all, concerning your personal history. Do you know somebody called sorry about this. Sorry. Do you know somebody called Changkan?
La réponse n'a pas été traduite.
Answer has not been translated, says François Roux.
Non, je repose ma question.
So I'd like to ask my question again, says Counsel Roux. So, do you know somebody called Cham Kan?
No, I don't know that name.
Est-ce que vous pouvez me...
François Roux, could you give me please the name of his father?
Who is Chang Kang? I don't know him. How could I tell you?
Monsieur le Président, nous avons à nouveau un problème de traduction qui devient vraiment extrêmement pénible. La première réponse qui m'a été traduite, c'est « oui, je le connais ».
We are having a problem of translation. The first answer that was given to me, yes, I know him. And the second answer was, no, I don't know him. So, Your Honors, I think that we're going to have to take measures. We are here in a legal hearing, in a legal proceedings, and we're all suffering from serious problems of translation. So please, says François Roux. So I will speak about this later again, but I'd like to finish my question. So I'd like to repeat my question. Mister, do you know somebody called Chang Kan? That is my question. Or Chang Kon, if as it should be pronounced in Khmer.
Yes, I know.
Pouvez-vous...
François Roux, again, could you please therefore give me the name of his father, of Chang Kon's father?
The witness, yes, I can tell you. His name was Kom. His name named Kom, and his mother named Pel.
François Roux. And the name of his village, please. What is the name of his village, please? The village where he is living?
Yes, his current village called Taniep.
François Roux, do you have any, is he a relative of yours? Is this person Chong Kon a relative of yours? Is he one of your relatives?
The witness, Chan Kon, was not my relative, but I call him my friend, just my friend.
François Roux. And was this individual ever detained at M13, says François Roux? Asks François Roux.
The witness, yes. As far as I know, he was one of the guard, the same as me. But later, when I fled away, he had encountered any incident. I did not know about that. That's all.
François Roux. Mr. Chang Vun, you are indeed the person who married a woman named Mlil? Did you marry a woman named Mlil?
The witness, no, I don't know.
Je ne sais pas comment on dit en Khmer. Mlil?
I do not know how to say it in Khmer. Mli, to pronounce it in Khmer.
Est-ce que c'est ça?
Is that it? Mli, did you marry a woman named Mli?
No, I do not know that.
Mr. Hu, therefore, could you give us the name of your wife?
My first wife named Duch, but she is deceased now. And later I married to a second wife named Eun at Break village. Her name is Eun, not Malis, my current wife.
Mr. Hu, thank you, Mr. Changwon. You said this morning that at the start you had been hired at M13 in the economics unit. Is that so? You said this morning that you were hired in the economics unit at M13. Is that so?
The witness. Yes, it is correct. I was assigned to work in the economic unit.
Mr. Hu, could you therefore specify tell us for how long you remained working for the economics unit? For how many months, for example, if you can remember, did you work for the economics unit?
The witness. I am not quite sure, but it was a fairly long time. I used broken one of the ox skirt. Another friend and Mon who were in the same unit, we went to the Lek Kong Cheung. We went there to took the clothes and battery to exchange with the rice for the prisoner, and it was a fairly long time.
Mr. Hu, I am sorry to ask you this, but a long time for you, what does it mean for you? 3 months, 4 months, 5 months? Could you be a little bit more specific about this? What does a long time mean for you? 3 months, 4 months, 5 months? Could you be a bit more specific, please?
The witness. Yes, it was about 4 or more months, 4 months or more. It was about 4 months, yeah, because I was sent to work in the office again.
Merci.
Mr. Hu, thank you. And is it after this period that you became a guard? It is after this period that you became a guard?
At that time, I was assigned to be a guard. I stopped my work as the economics unit, and he had me to guard the prisoner. And one day, he ordered me to take the prisoner to work at Vang Ti to slash the forest and build a dam. And at that day, I tried to release those 3 prisoners. Then I became a prisoner at that prison, and then I tried to escape, and then I ran away, and I then stay at the cooperatives, and I no longer had any idea in the prison. Thank you.
Mr. Hu, and therefore you remained a guard for how long? How long do you remember having been a guard, therefore?
For a fairly long time. It was about for 3 or 4. after my task as economics unit, and then I let the prisoner flee, and then I was sent to work at the cooperative, and I don't know anything later.
Maître Roux. Therefore, if I try to sum up all of this, so you remember having worked for the economics unit for about 4 months, and then afterwards you remember having been a guard for about 4 months again. Is that more or less correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Mr. Roux. So therefore, I believe that you probably remember the names of the other guards who were working with you. So therefore, could you please give us their names, the names of the other guards who were working with you?
The witness. I can tell you some names, but not other, because some are from different places. There's Korn that I know, Hen second, and Chen as number 3, and then those who from the south, Chuen, another one, guards. I remember only these names who were the guards at M13.
Vous avez dit ce matin,
Mr. Roux, you told us this morning that when you were working for the economics unit, you would come to the camp about every 2 weeks. Is that so? Once every 2 weeks.
The witness. Yes, I went far away sometime. I went to near places, sometime 1 week return, sometime 2 weeks return one time. Took other prisoners, submerged them in the water in the stream adjacent in the prison site, causing the prisoner to go unconscious, and the guards carried them and put them back in the prison. 4 female prisoners, Duch caused a flame to burn their breast, causing burns. Duch had the guards strip all the clothing of the prisoner who were be tortured, leaving them naked before they were brought to be tortured. As for the prisoner who did not respond to questioning, Duch took a gun and shot them. I personally saw the shooting 3 prisoners.
Judge Lavergne, I believe the last 2 sentences of the statement are missing. I shall read them. The first was hung from a tree, and Duch shot a prisoner, and Duch shot him. The second he shot with an AK, and the third was also shot with a revolver. When Duch tortured a prisoner, sometimes Duch seemed laughing and happy, like he had gone crazy in doing the torturing. Judge Lavergne, do these sentences appear in the Khmer version of the statement? If that is so, can the witness tell us whether he confirms this version that has been read out, or whether he has any comments to add in regard to the version?
Yes, It's all in there. I saw only that. I knew only that. The shooting with a pistol, he shot. I saw with my eyes. So let me add one more. He used a revolver gun, a shotgun. He fired three rounds, and the victim died at the scene. I saw that with my eyes, and later I left the place. I did not see anything else.
Judge Lavergne, what you're telling us today is that you only witnessed one execution. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. He continued to do that.
Judge Lavergne, in the statement that has been read out, 3 executions are mentioned. Were the 2 other executions something you heard about, or do you not remember them at all anymore?
I do not understand your question, Your Honor.
Judge Lavergne, in the statement that you made to the investigators, which was read out a while ago, mention is made of 3 executions. For the first, it was said that Duch fired 3 shots, but you also mention 2 other executions. It is said in the statement that the second was shot with an AK and the third was shot with a revolver. So my question is this: do you remember these executions today, or you no longer remember? Are these matters that you were told about, but which, or events that you were told about, but which you did not witness personally?
Yes, I remember. I did remember. Because I forget before the third execution, he used the revolver to shoot the victim. He shot 3 times.
Judge Lavergne, so what you are telling us now is that you saw Duch execute 3 people using a revolver or an AK. Was this 3 different episodes, or was it on the same day?
Yes, it happened in different days. Sometimes once a month. It did not happen in the same day. So one day every 10 days, like that.
Bien, je pense qu'on va pouvoir.
Judge Lavergne, I think the reading can continue now.
Question: did you ever see them use centipedes to sting prisoner during torture? CV: I never saw that. Question: were all the prisoners tortured? CV: for the most part, the prisoners were all tortured. There were a few prisoners, in particular light offense prisoners, who were not tortured. Question: were any of the prisoners there ever released? CV: some prisoners, light offense prisoners, were released after they had been interrogated. Question: were there prisoners who were taken away and killed after they had been interrogated? CV: I did not know about taking them to be killed, but some prisoners disappeared during the night. I did not know where they killed. But for some prisoners who did not answer during the interrogation, Duch ordered the deprivation of food and water, and later they died inside the prison. I saw this event. 2 people died inside the prison.
Alors, est-ce que là encore, vous pouvez nous dire si vous confirmez?
Here again, can you tell us if you confirm what has just been read or not, says Judge Lavergne.
Yes, I agreed.
Judge Lavergne, so you personally witnessed prisoners who had died, you personally saw prisoners who had died of starvation, and this as a result of an order given by Duch to deprive them of food. Is this what you're saying?
I did not see that kind of deprivation, but I saw only he killed people.
Judge Lavergne, so you did not personally see Duch order that prisoners be deprived of food? You did not personally see this or hear about it, or is this something that he told you, however?
As I told you, I did not see that. I did not hear about the deprivation of food. As I told you earlier, I saw him killing people, some of the detainees.
Judge Lavergne, so I think that we can move on with the reading of the document.
Question: you stated that Duch killed Pon. For what reason? Kill him by what methods? CV: I saw Duch kill Pon by shooting him with an AK because Pon had let a prisoner escape while being taken for interrogations.
Judge Lavergne, what are you telling us at this level? Are you telling us that this corresponds to reality, or are you telling us that this is something that you deducted, that you suppose? Is this something that you saw personally, or is this something that you concluded from your experiences?
As I told you on Pon, I did not see the shooting, but Pon disappeared from the place. He used to be an interrogator, but later disappeared, and I thought that the guard, if any guard disappear, they had a problem. in the case of Pon?
Bien, je pense qu'on peut
Judge Laverne, well, I think now that we can continue reading the document.
Question. As for the prisoner's release, who ordered the release? CV. For the prisoner who were released, only Duch had the right to give those orders. Question. Please explain about the food for the prisoners at M13. How was it? CV. There were 2 meals per day for prisoners at M13 in the morning and in the afternoon. At each meal, there was only thin gruel which they scooped into a sugar plum juice collecting tube which were used in place of dishes. Clam seal tied with the bamboo were used in place of spoons. Question. Up until what year did you work at M13, CV? In late 1974, I released 3 prisoners whom I knew lived in Samrang village. Later, I was punished by being chained to a tree. After being chained there for 3 days, I escaped. When I arrived at my home village chairman helped guarantee me, so Duch let me go free after that.
Judge Laverne, yeah? So do you confirm what has just been read?
Yes, I confirm it is correct.
Bien, je pense qu'on peut lire la fin du document.
Okay, so now we can read until the end of the document.
Question. Please explain about the attitude of Duch at that time. What type of person was he? CV. Duch was a very mean and vicious person. If Duch wanted someone dead, he had to die. The work at M13 was all done under the authority of Duch. Those under the command of Duch feared Duch as if he were a tiger and did not dare glance at his face. If Duch spoke jokingly, you had to be vigilant. If he spoke with a straight face, it was okay. Question. Do you have anything to add? Answer. I don't have anything to add.
Voilà. Est-ce que vous confirmez ce qui vient d'être lu?
Judge Laverne, so do you confirm what has just been read?
Yes, I agreed.
Bien. Alors, est-ce que Duch a des
Oh,
commentaires à faire?
well then, Judge Laverne, does Duch have any comments to make in relation to what has just been read? And once again, not only in relation to what he has to, not only in relation to the statement itself, but also in relation to the contradictions between what he said and this statement.
I would like to confirm a little bit. Your Honors would like me to describe about the discrepancies or the contradictions. The contradictions, what contents of the testimony.
Est-ce que les réponses qui ont été portées par le témoin
Were the answers provided by the witness, do they satisfy you, or do you have any questions in relation to these answers? that the witness provided.
The main problem I would like to tell to the bench is that Chan Vuon was not a staff of M13, and the evidence that I show, I maintain that he told a lie that I shot Comrade Pon. Comrade Pon was my close staff. This is my evidence to prove that he was not the staff of M13. And he lied in other cases, including the shooting. He said that this is not correct. As for the children, when he reported to the chambers, I would like to say that there was no children from Lang detained at M13. I would like to confirm to your honors that the two detainees that I released, they were called Bong and Pon. It's the twins of the commune chief Phuong. The wives of commune chief Phuong also arrested, including 3 of their children. Phuong also arrested. I received an order. I received an order from the upper echelon to interrogate Phuong and the oldest son. As for another 2, the twins, they were about 15 years old at that time. And their mothers, it's the spouse of commune chief Phuong, were not interrogated. And later the upper echelon ordered me. And later the upper echelon ordered me to send the twins and the mother to Posat. And therefore, in conclusion, there were no one detained any longer. There were no children. There were no children detained there. The children from the children, to my word here, is the children from Lang, as stated by Vuon, the witness here. As for I try to raise 3 children from their mother, but I could not do that. But they were not from Lang. As for the flood, I would like to tell you the truth as the following. A flood from the mountainous area, I had explained to the chambers earlier. At that day, there was slightly rain at the place about 9 a.m. in the morning. It was not a heavy rain at that day. But there was a flood. It's about 1 meter height in 1 hour. It's very quick. I saw that. Then I stood next to the pits, and I told them, come out, come out. Including myself and other would catch up the beam and the water above my chest. Everybody were in the same situation. In the evening about 3 p.m., then the water level went down. At that time, I rescued the prisoner and the guards to George's house. It's the village chief of Tribunal village. And therefore, there was no prisoner died in the flood there, as I told Your Honors earlier. No one died in the flood. No one climbed up into the tree. And there was a small hill next to George's house. George was the chief of the village. And at that time, we could not cross to the house of Brother George because there was a pond there. And therefore, the person did not see anything and come to testify at the court. We cannot say it is correct. I asked for the guard from Tasai, who is 20 years of age, to come to be guard. I went to the village, to the communion, who were 15 or 17 years old, to be my guards. In conclusion, I deny only the false testimony. I deny only the false testimony made by Chan Vuon, the witness Chan Vuon. As for the crimes committed by M13 office, those crimes I committed against my nation, my people, I accept those crimes. I would not escape that kind of responsibility. The people from Omlang, I try to list down. When I think about that, I feel painful in my heart. Let me stop here now.
Judge Nathan, one question only. Was Pont able to step out of M13? Was he able to go to M13B, for example, or did he stay at M13 all the time?
Your Honors, Comrade Pon was a person from the same province as me, from Koti number 3 of Onalom Pagoda with me. I trained him. I allow him to always stays at the place, to be interrogator at the place.
I do not have any further questions.
The prosecutors, do you have any question to ask to the witness? If you have, please do so.
Prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. Chan Buen, according to your statement, you said you are staff of M13 office. When you were a staff of the M13 office, whose are the staff do you know? The witness, let me respond. I knew the guards. I knew some of them. The co-prosecutor. Do you know those who survived? Yes, says the witness. What is the name? Asks the prosecutor. One is Thorn. Chan Khon, is it? Yes, says the witness. And another person is Loin. He's in Kampong Kok. And another person is named Chuen at Thanol Bombay. And another person is Ran. That's all I know. I did not know any other guards. The prosecutor, when you were the staff there, do you know the detainees there? I did not know all of them. I only knew some. Those who lived far away, I did not know. What are those? What are the names of those you knew? Asked the prosecutor. Soy and Lee and Ngong Kaing. There were a number of them, but I cannot recall the names. Do you know Hom In? Asked the prosecutor. Yes, says the witness. He is my friend. Is he alive? Asked the prosecutor. He passed away now, says the witness. Can you state again the leadership level of M13 besides Duch? Do you know any other people? The witness. There were Pon and Mih and Chan. Do you know Paul? Asked the prosecutor. Yes, I know Paul, says the witness. I recognize his face. Paul and Pond. Do you clearly recognize which one is Paul, which one is Pond? One is Paul. Yeah, Paul, that one is Pond. They disappear. He also interrogated the detainees. I did not see Paul and Pond. I did not know where they went or whether they survived until today. So amongst the two, Paul and Pond, both of them disappear. Is that correct? Yes, says the witness. And you do not know the reasons of their disappearance? I do not know, says the witness. They just simply disappear from the office. What is the role of Paul at M13 office? Asked the prosecutor. He was an interrogator, says the witness. Thank you, says the prosecutor. The prosecutor, do you know if or did you see Chan and Miss shot detainees? No, I did not, says the witness. I do not have any other questions, Your Honor. The President, please, the co-prosecutor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I ask whether you received any training before you started work at M13?
The witness? I did not have any position in that office. I was just a guard. For example, taking the prisoners, the detainees to be killed was not my duty. I was simply a guard.
Before you were given the order to guard prisoners, were you given any instructions at all? For example, did Duch or anyone else speak to you about what you should do if the prisoners tried to escape?
The witness. the prisoners, before they were allowed to let out to work outside, there must be an order and permission from Duch. For example, a guard can take 3 or 4 prisoners to work outside with the permission from him.
And the second part of my question was, did Duch or anyone else at the prison tell you how to react, how to respond if the prisoners attempted to escape?
The witness. If a prisoner escaped, he would order us to shoot. If it's my target, my responsibility, if the prisoner under my responsibility escapes, then I would order to shoot. Because if the prisoner successfully escaped, then the guard would be imprisoned by himself. So if he ordered to shoot, then we would shoot. And for those prisoners who I allowed them to escape because I told them that they cut the chains by themselves and escaped.
You've told us that prisoners were interrogated. Were all of the prisoners interrogated? Do you know? Or some of them?
The witness. The prisoners who were arrested and brought to his place, all of them would be interrogated. I don't know if it's a light offense prisoners or serious offense prisoners, but all of them would be interrogated.
You've told us that Duch conducted interrogations. Can you tell us on how many separate occasions you personally saw Duch interrogating?
The witness. I saw Duch on 3 or 4 occasions, as I stated earlier, when he beat the detainee and interrogated the prisoners, and on another occasion that he shot the prisoner.
I want to ask you about 2 separate occasions. The first one, when you described Duch burning the breasts of the female prisoner, did Duch know, to your knowledge, that you were watching?
The witness. Yes, I watched him. I saw him tie the female and took off her shirt, and I saw him burn the chest of that lady. I was afraid of him, but I did see it. It was at the back of the kitchen to the east of the streams near the prison's gate, the fence. Correct, the interpreter. So he tied the female prisoner and he tortured her. I saw him torch, but I did not see clearly with what tool, or with a cloth, or with gasoline.
Judge Lavergne, did you have a weapon?
The witness. The guards had to equipped with a weapon.
Judge Lavergne, what kind of weapon did you have? And did anybody teach you how to use this weapon?
The witness. The use of a weapon needs to be instructed, otherwise we could not use the weapon because we even never saw the gun. So the older people taught us how to use the weapon.
Judge Lavergne, what was it? Was it a rifle, an AK? What was it? Was it a revolver? What kind of a weapon was it?
The witness. I had an AK rifle.
Combien
Judge Lavergne, how many guards were there?
The witness. There were between 10 to 20 guards.
quel était l'âge?
Judge Lavergne, how old was the youngest guard and what was the average age of the guards?
The witness. I could not grasp the situation like that. I did not know how many guards were in that range of age. I was pretty young. I didn't know where some of them came from.
Est-ce que vous étiez
Judge Lavergne, were you the youngest? Or were there guards who were even younger than you?
The witness. I could not grasp because there were many around my age.
Judge Lavergne, when you arrived there, were you told why you had to keep these prisoners? Did they say to you that it was for a specific cause? Did they say to you that it was for the revolution? What did they tell you?
The witness. We had to guard and not allow the prisoner to escape because those prisoners were arrested from the base and I did not know the offenses they committed. But the upper echelon instructed us not to allow the prisoner to escape or we would have to be responsible for it.
Est-ce qu'on vous a dit
Judge Lavergne, were you told why the prisoners were detained? Were you told the reason why these prisoners were detained? Were you told that they were enemies?
The witness. When they arrested them from the base, most of them were accused of being traitors, spies, or committed immoral offenses or other disciplines.
Judge Lavergne, were you convinced that all of the prisoners were necessarily traitors, people who had immoral conduct, or people who were spies, or did you have any doubts about this?
The witness. I did not believe that. Some were also my relatives, and they did not do all those things.
Judge Lavergne, did you have an idea of the number of people who were detained there on average? Was it always the same amount of people, or did it change? Were there peaks, and was there a minimum amount?
The witness. When I arrived, I saw about 2 or 3 pits for detaining the prisoners. In each pit, there was a wooden floor, and on top of the pit there was branches, and the prisoners were kept in those pits.
Judge Lavergne, these pits, were they all of the same size or not?
The witness. There were small pits and large pits.
Dans la fosse la plus
Judge Lavergne, we believe were in the biggest pit.
The witness. I could not grasp the number. I forgot.
Judge Lavergne, were there women? Were there men? Were there children?
The witness. No. There were only adults. However, there were female prisoners.
Judge Lavergne, the female prisoners had no children, yes?
The witness. Only the female prisoners.
Je n'ai pas compris la réponse.
Judge Lavergne, I did not understand the answer. Did the female prisoners have children? Did the female prisoners have children with them?
The witness. No.
Judge Lavergne, were the prisoners from the Omleng district, or did they come from elsewhere? Were there soldiers among them, or were there specific kinds of prisoners, such as foreigners maybe?
The witness. There were different types of prisoners. There were former Lunol soldiers, Khmer Rouge soldiers, and civilians.
Il y avait
Lavergne, so they were Lunol soldiers as well as Khmer Rouge soldiers. Is that so? Is that what you are saying to us?
The witness. The prisoners said that by themselves.
Judge Lavergne. And did you know why the Khmer Rouge soldiers were detained?
The witness. I did not know. I didn't know what offenses they committed.
Judge Lavergne.
Est-ce qu'il y avait des étrangers?
Were there any foreigners in the prison?
The witness. No, there was none.
Est-ce qu'il y
Judge Lavergne.
avait le même régime?
Were all the prisoners subjected to the same conditions? Were some of them condemned for heavy offenses, and were some of them enduring light sentences? What was the difference between these prisoners?
The witness. No, I did not know. I didn't know who were light offense prisoners and who were serious offense prisoners.
Est-ce que vous avez vu
Lavergne, did you see prisoners who were allowed to go work during the day?
The witness. Yes.
Est-ce que c'était la majorité des
Judge Lavergne, was this the majority of the prisoners, or was this just a small group of prisoners?
The witness. Only a small number.
Est-ce que
Judge Lavergne, did the prisoners have enough to eat, or were there problems as far as food is concerned?
The witness. The food was insufficient.
Est-ce que le témoin peut nous dire
Judge Lavergne, could you tell us if you saw prisoners die of starvation?
The witness. Could you please repeat your question?
Judge Lavergne, could you tell us if you saw prisoners die because they hadn't eaten enough?
The witness. Most of the prisoners died from starvation.
Est-ce qu'il y avait des morts?
Judge Lavergne, did people die every day?
The witness, no. Sometimes the prisoners died, sometimes, some days they did not.
Est-ce que vous vous souvenez d'un
Judge Lavergne, do you remember a day when a particularly high amount of prisoners died? Did this impact you? Do you have any memory of a day when a particularly high amount of prisoners died?
The witness, no, I did not know. I left After I left, maybe many died. I did not know.
Est-ce que vous pouvez nous décrire
Judge Lavergne,
dans lesquels les détenus étaient dans les fosses?
could you please describe to us the conditions in which the prisoners were placed in the pits? Were they chained by their ankles? Were they handcuffed?
The witness. They were chained to their ankle.
Est-ce que les prisonniers
Judge Lavergne,
se rendent à la rivière?
were the prisoners allowed to go to the river to bathe?
The witness. Prisoners were allowed to bathe every day during the late afternoon.
Est-ce qu'ils étaient
Judge Lavergne, were they unshackled, or were their ankles still shackled, or were their necks still chained?
The witness. There was nothing on them when they went to bed. But if a number of them went, yes, some of them were chained.
Est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire
Judge Lavergne, could you tell us if you saw prisoners who were ill?
The witness. A number of prisoners got ill because there was insufficient medicine and lack of food.
Est-ce qu'il y avait un système
Judge Lavergne, was there any kind of healthcare system for the prisoners? Were they giving medicine? Were there doctors?
Witness. Yes. The witness. I did not know them. I forget their names.
C'était des médecins qui avaient fait des études.
Judge Lavergne, were these doctors who had gone to medical school, or were they just simple farmers?
The witness. I did not know that. I did not know whether they were farmers or they were trained in medicine.
C'était des médecins
Judge
qui avaient
Lavergne, were these doctors who were there at the site all the time, or did they just come from time to time?
The witness. The medic was stationed there.
Est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire
Judge Lavergne, can you tell us whether you observed any difficulties during particularly heavy rainfall, and whether there were floods?
The witness. Yes, there was. It was in 1973. There was a big rain. And then there was a flood.
Judge Lavergne, what happened to the detainees during that flood?
The witness. During the flood, the prisoners were drowned, some were rescued, and some could not be saved, and they lost their lives.
Judge Lavergne, were the detainees who were in the pit freed? Were they authorized to come out of the pit or not?
The witness, during that time, they were moved from the pit into the hill or termite mound to stay on the mound.
Judge Lavergne, when they were moved, did they all get out of the water, or did some of them remain in the pit?
The witness, they were moved from the pits.
Judge Lavergne, so explain to me how some of them came to drown.
The witness. They were drowned because they were not moved on time. So those who could be moved on time, they survived. And some were drowned and died because they were not moved on time.
Judge Lavergne, did many people die?
The witness. Only a small number died, probably 3 or 4.
Judge Lavergne, do you remember being interviewed by investigators during this investigation?
The witness. No, I did not.
Il y a au dossier,
Judge Lavergne, in the record of the case, there is a document registered as D-78-4. This document is a record of an interview of a person called Cham Khan, who is said to have been born.
Oh yes, I remember that interview.
Bien. Alors,
Judge Lavergne, right. This document says, one night, there was a flood, and most of the prisoners in the pits died. In general, all the prisoners died, except a minority which was able to escape in the night with the help of people who were senior officers.
Est-ce que vous confirmez ce que je viens de lire?
Do you confirm what I have just read out? And is it consistent with what you have just told us?
The witness. At that time, during the flood, a number of prisoners died. More number died than those survived.
Donc, je ne comprends pas très bien.
Judge Lavergne, I don't quite understand, because you said a while ago that a small minority of detainees died. I believe you said 3 or 4. Do you maintain that only 3 or 4 detainees died, or did a higher number of people die?
The witness died. So that's the majority number, because there were not many prisoners at the time. The senior brothers moved some of them.
Est-ce que vous avez vu
Judge Lavergne, did you see Duch give the order for the detainees to be moved?
The witness. He ordered them to be moved from the pits, but some of them were not moved on time because the flood suddenly arose.
Est-ce que vous avez
Judge Lavergne, did you hear or see detainees being interrogated?
The witness. No, I did not.
Est-ce que vous avez vu
Judge Lavergne, did you see detainees who displayed signs that something violent had been done to them?
The witness. Could you please repeat your question? I could not hear it clearly.
Est-ce que vous avez vu
Judge Lavergne, did you see detainees who had on their faces or on their bodies signs of blows or signs of violence being done to them?
The witness. Yes, there were.
Est-ce que vous pouvez nous décrire les
Can
traces que
you
vous avez vues?
tell us, can you describe these signs? Did you see what they were? Asks Judge Lavergne.
The witness. They dressed normally like us.
Judge Laverne, you told us that you saw signs of blows on the bodies of the prisoners. So I asked you, what type of signs did you see? Can you or can you not answer the question?
The witness. It was a marks of whip.
Sur quelle partie du corps?
Judge Laverne, on what part of the body did you see these marks?
The witness. On the backs, on the buttocks, on the thighs.
Judge Laverne, did it happen that you took detainees to be interrogated? Were you ordered to take detainees to be interrogated?
The witness. No, I did not.
Quel était votre rôle exact en tant que gardien?
Judge Laverne, so what was your exact role as a guard in M13?
The witness. My duty was simply to guard.
Judge Laverne, you were in the center. Did you see instruments that could be used for acts of violence on the detainees during interrogations?
The witness, no, I did not see, I did not know.
Judge Laverne, now I shall read another excerpt of document number D78/4. This question is put to you. What instruments and methods of torture did you see? And I'm quoting. Answer: I saw whips, bamboo sticks, but I never saw pliers or needles. I never saw immersion at all. It is possible that these are prisoners who were taken far off for interrogations, north of Shrab Pond. Some never returned. I saw prisoners with swollen bodies and blood all over their bodies after the interrogation. Duch ordered the guards to bring the prisoners to him for interrogation, and the prisoners returned with injuries or they never returned. I saw 4 or 5 posts to the east used to bind the prisoners to be shot so as to intimidate other prisoners.
The witness.
Correspond à quelque
Judge Laverne, is what I have just read, does what I have just read have any link to what you remember or something that you saw?
The witness. That was true. The torture existed.
Est-ce que vous pouvez
Judge Lavergne, can you tell us who shot detainees when they were at the posts that you described as being in the M13 camp? Who shot them?
The witness, I never saw the shooting. I only saw the location. Maybe they did it when I was not there. Sometimes I went to guard somewhere else, so I could not see it, and I did not know who did the shooting if it occurred.
I am going to read document D78-4, or an excerpt of it. The shooters were Mies, Chan, Pon, and Pal. Is this what you remember, or is this something that you were just told? Is this something that you saw yourself?
The witness.
Judge Lavergne, do you remember whether this woman was completely naked or was she clothed still?
The witness. Only her shirt was taken off, and then her chest was touched.
Judge Lavergne, did you see detainees hung by their feet in order to be interrogated?
The witness. I saw it, but they were not hanged by the feet, but they were tied and hung by their arms, which were tied behind their back. That's what I saw with my own eyes.
Judge Lavergne, did you see any detainees being plunged into water, either in the stream or elsewhere?
The witness. I saw it, but I do not remember that female detainee. She was submerged into the waters. There were 3 of them at the time, but I did not know the name of that female detainee. I only saw it. She was submerged into the water during the interrogation.
Judge Lavergne, when you say plunged into water, do you mean that this included her whole body, including the head, or do you mean just the head was put into the water?
The witness, she was plunged into the water, so she was suffocating at the time.
Judge Lavergne, was this repeated several times? Did it last long, or was it just one time?
The witness, I only saw this one time. when the detainee was plunged into the water.
Est-ce que vous avez vu
Judge Lavergne, did you observe that during interrogations pincers were used, or did you see needles or pins being stuck into the fingers of the detainees, that is, under their nails, their fingernails?
The witness: no, I did not see that.
Judge Lavergne, now concerning the accused, did you see the accused shoot at detainees?
The witness: let me tell you the truth. Yes, I did. My uncle saw it. He was tied to a post, and then two bullets from the AK rifle was shot at him. One hit his left shoulder, and the other one left his chest, and he died suddenly. He was my uncle. He was shot by Duch. He killed him in front of me, in front of my eyes. I was a guard too, and he also detained me later, and he's the one who shot my uncle, who was tied to the post. I only saw my uncle shot by him.
Est-ce que vous avez
Judge Lavergne, did you see other scenes or events or incidents when Duch shot at detainees?
The witness: I did not know. I saw the detainees were tied to the post. Maybe they could not get the answer, and for my uncle, he was tied to the post.
Judge Lavergne, do you know why your uncle was executed?
The witness: I did not know the reason. He was detained in that prison, and in that morning he was tied to the post. I saw he was being interrogated. At that time I was smoking, and then I heard the gunshot, and I saw my uncle shaking on the pole, and another shot, and he fell onto the ground dead.
Judge Lavergne, were you outside M13 at any point, and did you observe in some cases that there were places where dead bodies could be found?
The witness: I saw one day at that time I had some wood and some prisoners who were outside at times. Actually, I went to chase the deer with the detainees, and I was asked why or who led the detainees to chase the deer. And I was asked by him to the office, and he asked why I led the detainee to that location. And one day he was not in the office, so I sneaked into that location, and I saw 3 or 4 pits there filled with corpses. It was south of the stream. That was the first time I knew there were pits, because I was with the economics unit and I did not go to that area. Only on that day when he was not in, I went there and I saw the pits.
Judge Lavergne, what was in the pits?
The witness. In those pits, there were dead bodies.
Judge Lavergne, many dead bodies? Were there dead bodies of children as well?
The witness. I did not see any children. I only saw adults.
Judge Lavergne, you said earlier that you had a problem with Duch. What was this problem that you had with the accused? Can you explain to us?
The witness, yes, I can. I had a problem with him. He assigned me to guard the detainees. After I returned from finding the food for the detainees, he needed the guard, so 3 of us were assigned to guard while they built the dam. And I was so exhausted, so the detainee cut the chain and escaped. And I fired 2 shots into the sky. And then he asked where the prisoners escaped. And then who was responsible? And then they said Woon was responsible. So I came to his office, then he asked me to take off my clothes. I only wore my shorts, so he took off my guns, my shirt, and then he put me into the prison. He imprisoned me from that day, and he himself also sometimes guarded too. One day, I was so afraid, and it was the prison was built of a bamboo fence, so I sneaked out and ran to the cooperative, and people whispered to me, if I did not run away, then I would be killed, because he would shoot me. If he speak with his stern face, that should be okay. But if he speak and with a smile on his face, then it would be a dangerous time. So I was imprisoned because I allowed the prisoner to escape. Then I went to the cooperative, and with the assurance from the cooperative, he took me back to his office.
Judge Lavergne, these prisoners who were able to escape, were there many of them? Did many of them manage to escape?
The witness. Only 3 detainees escaped because I was guarding the 3. They cut the chain and escaped. If they were to take the gun and shot me, I would have been dead. But they only cut the chain and escaped. Only 3 of them. So I guarded the 3 and all escaped.
Judge Lavergne, did you know them? And did you help them escape?
The witness. I knew one, his name was Mon, but I did not know the other two.
Est-ce que vous les avez laissés s'enfuir?
Judge Laverne, did you let them escape, or did you just help them to escape? Or did they escape on their own?
The witness, they asked me to escape, so I allowed them. I allowed them to cut the chain and escape, and I told them, if you were rearrested, don't say it's me who allowed you to escape. I let them cut the chains by themselves. They used an axe underneath and put the chains on top of the axe, and they used the other two axes to break the chain. So first one was released from the chain and one axe was damaged, so they used another axe to cut the chain again. And that axe was damaged, so I asked him to use the chain under the axe underneath to cut the chain again. So they broke those chains from their necks. And there was like that about only 20 centimeters left from hanging from their neck.
Judge Lavergne, when they escaped, did this happen outside the camp? Were these prisoners who were entitled to work, or did this happen inside the camp?
The witness, it occurred in the M13 office, and it caused a bit of a scene at the time because people asked who was responsible for the escape of the detainees, and they said it was me. And I said I did not allow them to escape, but it was my carelessness. Because actually I allowed them because I knew Mon. Mon was in the army with me during the colonial regime. So I allowed them to break the chains and to escape. Then I was arrested. My clothes were ordered to take off. They took my gun away and my sack away. And that was the order from Duch.
Judge Lavergne, so did you see Duch again when you came back after having been in the cooperative? Did you see him again? What did he say to you then when you saw him again?
The witness, yes, I saw him. At the cooperative, the village chief sent me back to Dutch office.
Judge Lavergne, so what did Duch tell you then?
The witness, Duch told me that I can stay there, could stay there for a short while, and then I would be transferred back to the cooperative, and he would write a letter to allow me to stay in the cooperative.
Judge Lavergne, do you know when and how M13 stopped operating? When were there no longer any prisoners at M13, and when did this happen?
The witness, I did not really know because Duch transferred me to the cooperative, so I was no longer with him. He released me to the cooperative. That's all what I know. I only know during the time that I was with him, and as I described, about the torture, etc. But after I was transferred to the cooperative, I no longer knew of what happened in that office.
Were other people from your family also detained at M13? Or were other people from your family also employed at M13?
The witness. Are you talking about my relatives? Because I could not clearly hear the questioning.
Est-ce que des gens...
Judge Lavergne, were any of your relatives detained at M13 aside from your uncle?
The witness. No, only my uncle was detained and my aunt was detained there. So in total, only my aunt and my uncle, the two, were detained in that office.
Judge Lavergne, were other relatives of yours, maybe nephews, were they also employed as guards or as M13 staff?
The witness. No, there was none.
Judge Lavergne, were there guards who were employed at M13 who came from the Omlang district?
The witness. Some majority of guards came from Omlang.
Quel âge avait...
Judge Lavergne, how old were these guards?
The witness. The guards, I know some of them and not all. There were about more than 10 of them.
Est-ce que ces gardes...
Judge Lavergne, were these guards adults or were these guards children?
The witness. There were children and adults. They were mixed. There were some who were about my age, about 5 or 6. Then there were children.
Quand vous dites des enfants...
Judge Lavergne, when you say children, how old were they approximately?
The witness. They ranged from 12 to 13 years old.
Judge Lavergne, did you see Duch? You said earlier on that he had shot your uncle, but did you see him order guards and eventually children guards to shoot at prisoners or to bring them away in order to execute them?
The witness. I saw my uncle who was shot. At that time there were no guards. He was tied and Duch shot him by himself.
Est-ce que en dehors de votre oncle...
Judge Lavergne, but outside of your uncle, in other situations, did you see Duch order guards to shoot at prisoners?
The witness, no, I only saw him shooting.
Est-ce que vous avez vu Duch
Judge Lavergne, did you see Duch produce written reports or to write up documents? Did you see him produce any written reports?
The witness, I saw him writing frequently, but I didn't know what he was writing because I was illiterate. I saw him writing. I didn't know the content. After he interrogated the detainee, he would do the writing.
Est-ce qu'il y avait des
Judge Lavergne, were there documents of different colors?
The witness, yes, there were different colors, blue, white, small book, large book, for instance.
Est-ce que ces couleurs
Judge Lavergne, did these colors have any specific meaning?
The witness, there were three colors, blue, red, and white, and the books were small and big.
Est-ce que le rouge
Judge Lavergne, did red mean anything special, anything specific, for example?
The witness, the red colors was used, but I did not know the purpose of those different colors. I saw big and small books, those books of the interrogation.
Judge Lavergne, after you left M13, did you have the chance to meet Duch again after you left M13? Did you see Duch again after 1979? Or did you hear about Duch after 1979?
The witness, after I left his office, I did not meet him until today.
Judge Lavergne, well, I do not have any more questions to ask the witness. Well, is there anything important that maybe you didn't yet say and that you would like to share with us here today?
The witness, no, I do not have anything else to add. I have already told you what I know.
Alors, je n'ai plus de questions.
Judge Lavergne, well, I have no more questions for the witness, but I might have some questions that I would like to ask the accused. So, Duch, you have just heard what the witness has said concerning a certain number of points. These statements contradict what you said earlier. Can you explain yourself on this? Can you give us share some comments on these discrepancies?
The accused, Your Honors, first of all, let me inform you that Chan Vươn was not a staff of my office M13. Let me show you the evidence as follows. Chan Vun reported to the office of the co-investigating judges in the 78/1. In that report, he said there was another person named Pont who was also an interrogator, but Duch already killed him probably in 1974. That statement was on page 3 of document D78.1. And on page number 5, he mentioned about an interrogator to the co-investigating judges.
Judge Lavelle, for the moment, I'm not asking you to tell me what are the contradictions in the statement itself, Mr. Chanvon's statements. I'm only asking you to give me your own impressions on the discrepancies here. If you want to go into if you want to be more precise, then we will go into the details. For the first thing, the witness said that he saw you personally commit acts of violence during interrogations, and then he described in particular a scene where you used a torch to burn the breasts of a woman who was only was only closed from the lower part of the body down. So, do you have any comments to share with us concerning this first point?
The accused, I can state that Chan Vun was not a staff of the M13 office. That is the reason. And about his testimony, he lied in some parts, and in some other parts he only heard from other people and he fabricated it. So there was some truth in it. For example, the M13 had 3 pits to detain the detainees. That is true. But when he was not a staff of the M13 office, and he said he went to find the food supply, and when he came, he saw the cruelty committed by me. I would like to state that I shot a detainee who was detained there. I remember the person who I was ordered to be shot, as I already stated, and the name was not Soy, the name was Yer. And the person who shot was not Chan. There was another comrade. That was an event in the M13 office. But instead he said his uncle was shot. I did not believe there was a person named Soy in that office. And about the torching of the female's chest, Jan Won did not say it was a lit torch. He said that I dipped a piece of cloth into the gasoline and burnt the chest. I already reported to Your Honors about the lit torch. When Mr. Pon, Comrade Pon asked Comrade Mies to learn how to interrogate, and I was present at the time at that particular time. And when he said, I plunged a female detainee into the water with the other two people, I still reinstated that. I went with Comrade Pond, and then I let the person stood and shivering under the cold weather, and what he said was not true. And that he went to, on another point, that he went to chase the deer. That was not true. I never allowed any guards to go and chase after a deer. That was a lie. And about the burial pits, that is true, but it was at the other side of the stream, and that is true. And in order for him to say that he saw what happened in the M13, that he went outside to find food supply for the economics unit, that was not true. We never assigned anybody in the economics unit to find food supply. If we did not have a rice to eat, then the sub-district of Homeland Committee would give us the rice, or the Secretary of 32 sector, or as NAI, to go to the sector chairman to ask for rice. In 1973, they did not yet assign the cooperative, but the products of rice was under the supervision of the chief of the village or sub-districts. And in the M13 office, we did not have any hammocks for a person like Jan Won. How could Jan Won have a hammocks to exchange for something? That was a lie. How could I assign somebody that soy in the economic unit? I did not know this person. There was no name of soy or Jan Won as staff of the M13 office. So, because he is not a member of the M13, he fabricated a number of points. And on the point of shooting a detainee, that is true, but the name was not soy, but the name was Yu. And when he spoke about the Omlang people, there were 70 plus of them. I could think about those people. I could recall about 20 plus of their names. And he said 2 of them survived. That is true. Those 2 were asked by the upper echelon not to charge them. And we thought they were twins. But later on, when the truck went to Posat, I allowed the mother and the twins in his testimony.
Judge Lavergne. So, if I understood correctly, interpreter correction, so you're saying to us that the witness is not telling us the truth when he was working in the economics unit at M13. Did he work at M13 outside of the economics unit? Did he come to M13? Was he able to see something from M13? Or, according to you, did he invent everything?
The accused, Jonas, this person is not a staff of the M13 office. Therefore, he had no duty assigned by him to exchange for rice or food supply. He had no right to enter the M13 office. He did not see anything clearly with his own eyes of the events of what happened at M13 office, this person, Chan Bun. So as I have just stated to your honors, this is a fabrication, a complete fabrication, or probably from what he heard and he added something on top. There was some truth in it, for example, about the 3 pits. Yes, that is true. So in summary, Chan Bun is not a staff of the M13 office. He is not the economic unit staff of the M13, and he did not see anything with his eyes at M13 office. And about my crimes on the people in Om Leang, I could not forget it. It is a serious matter which affects me psychologically. And I cannot accept his testimony.
Judge Lavergne, did the witness hear what the accused just said? And does he have any comments to make? Does he confirm does he confirm his previous statements, or does he wish to modify them, to rectify them?
The witness. I would like to say that he said I'm not a staff of the M13 office and that he did not assign me into the economics unit. How come he say that? Because I was there with a son and he gave me the clothes in order to exchange for food for the detainee. How come he said I did not? How come he said I was not a member of the M13 office? The whole villagers in Om Leang hated me. They recognized me because I worked with him, and how come he said I did not work in that M13 office? That is my statement to your honors.
Can the witness tell us if he remembers a detainee who was at M13 and who was somebody who had decapitated another person? Does this bring up any memories in you, this event?
The witness, I did not see it. I did not know about this fact.
Judge Lavergne, well, I do not have any further questions to ask.
The President, the judge of the bench, you have any question for the witness? If there is no question, the chamber, the floor is now for Judge Cartwright.
Thank you, President. You mentioned that detainees who were brought to M13, there were men, women and children. Is that correct?
The witness. Yes, that's what I said.
And you mentioned that the children were young, 3 to 4 years old. Is that correct?
The witness, that is correct.
During the times that you were in the camp at M13, how many children did you see?
The witness, I saw about 3 young children.
Do you know what happened to those children?
The witness. So when the mother was brought in, the children came along.
And were any of those children from Amliang district?
The witness. They were all from Om Liang.
Do you know if any of those children went back to their villages?
The witness? No. Even the mother and the children were all disappeared.
And how many women did you see at M13?
The witness? The woman with the children?
Detainees who were women, whether they had children with them or not.
The witness. I saw that a woman with the 3 children. The mother was arrested and the children came along.
And were there other women detainees who did not have children with them?
The witness, no.
So you saw only one woman, and that woman had 3 children with her.
The witness. I saw 3 children, and the children came along with the mother who was arrested.
Did that woman, was she detained in a pit as you described it before?
The witness. Yes. The mother was detained by Duch. And the children came along with the mother from the sub-district.
And were they kept in a pit or in some other part of the prison?
The witness. He was kept outside in order to look after the children.
Yes, thank you.
The President, the chamber will adjourn for 20 minutes until 10 to 11. Court officer, can you bring the witness to the waiting room and bring him back at or before 10 to 11.
Floor to Judge Solmak Lawench to continue the questionings to the witness. Please, Judge Lawench, the floor is yours.
Judge Lavergne, actually the chamber observed that there were issues regarding the discrepancies in the contents of the witness's statements during the investigation and what the witness said in his testimony. So what we are going to do is to read the statement of the witness during the investigation, and after each paragraph, questions will be put to the witness with regard to any discrepancies, and we shall see how we can resolve them. So we shall ask the national greffier to read the document, that is document number D78/1, from the beginning of the questions and answers. So you don't need to read what comes before.
Kolwati, please read the statement. Question answer. NI and FL. Please briefly describe your story prior to 1970. What school did you attend after 1970? What unit of the Khmer Rouge Army did you join? CV. I only studied up to class 12 when I was a child. In 1970, I joined the Arm Lang Sub-District Militia. The Sub-District Chief, Tom, brought me in. After I had been in the militia 1 month, they sent me to the Zone Army Station on the National Highway 5 battlefield, where Win, the son-in-law of Tamok, was division chairman. Later on, I deserted and I went back home. After 3 days at home, Sai, who was from Hanoi, sent me to office M13. It was approximately 1974 when I went to work at M13. Question: what was your job at M13? Please explain about M13 site. Where was it located? Who was the chairman of M13? CV. I was a guard at M13. Office M13 was located at Tropang Chirap. This prison site had 3 pits. Each pit was 2 meters deep. It was a square 4 meters in each side. Each pit was about half a meter from the next. On both sides of the 3 pits, there were 2 buildings located to the left and to the right of the pits for holding light offense prisoners. The pits were for holding serious offense prisoners. Each pit held only 5 to 6 prisoners. The large building to the east held about 10 people. The small building to the west held about 6 to 7 people. A bamboo fence surrounded by the detention site. Outside of the prison, there was a building for the guards to live in. There were 2 guards inside the prisons. There were a total of about 13 personnel working at M13, among them a cook, guards, interrogators, and 3 medics who were light offense prisoners. Office M13 had Duch as chairman, Chan as deputy, and me as a member. All 3 of them were interrogators. There was another one, Pon, who was also an interrogator, but Duch killed him during approximately in 1974. The guards had the task of taking the light offense prisoners to work outside. The work was hoeing the soil and growing vegetables. The serious offense prisoners were not sent to work outside. One guard had the task of taking 3 prisoners to work every single day. The cook was Mom, Tachan's wife. NI and FL, with what offenses were the prisoners charged? What types of prisoners were there?
Voilà. Est-ce que, juste sur ce qui a été... Est-ce que...
Judge Lavergne, can the witness confirm what has been read out so far, or are there any parts of what has been read out that do not correspond to what he remembers today?
Yes, all those responses are true. It is clear and accurate.
Dans cette déposition, il est dit à un moment...
Judge Lavergne, this statement says at one point that there was another interrogator called Pon who was killed by Duch in 1974. Did you witness this? Personally, are you sure of this person's identity, or do you wish to provide clarification to the court?
Yes, Pon was originally worked with Duch. He was an interrogator, but he disappeared for a while. I didn't see him there at M13. I don't know where he went. So when someone disappears from there, he or she disappears forever, including the guards. Pon was also the interrogator there. But I don't know whether he's dead or alive. But if he's still alive, he must be prison now.
Est-ce que vous avez vu Duch?
Judge Lavergne, did you see Duch shoot and execute Pon?
No, I didn't see with my eyes, but I observed that Pon was disappeared from the place.
Et donc le reste, c'est une déduction.
Judge Lavergne, so the rest is something you deduced. This is something you surmised. This is not something you actually experienced personally.
Yes, I didn't see that. It is my doubt, my anticipation, but Pon disappeared from M13.
Judge Lavergne, I think we can resume the reading now, but perhaps it would be well to stop after each paragraph.
With what offense were the prisoners charged? What types of prisoners were there? CV, there were male prisoners and there were females, some whose small children had come along with them. I did not know what they had done wrong. I saw those held there were just ordinary people who live in various villages in Omlang district. I never saw Lon soldier being held there. Question, please explain about the condition of the prisoners held there. CV, the serious offense prisoner in the pits had their legs shackled day and night. The light offense prisoner were not shackled. Question. Did you know about the prisoner dying because of the pits flooding? CV. I knew. I was living there at the time. It was during a rainy season when the flood waters rose strongly and immediately during the heavy rain in the middle of the night, causing all of the prisoners in the pits to die. As for the guards and workers at M13, they all fled up into the nearby trees. The flood waters lasted for 1 night and 2 days before going back down. Question. Did Duch order the rescue of the prisoner? CV. There was no order at the time. The water had already gone down when Duch ordered us to go look at the prisoner who had died due to the flood. Questions. As for the live prisoner, did they escape during the flood? CV. The life sentence prisoner also fled up into the tree. They were not able to escape. Question. Please explain about the interrogation of prisoner. Where did they take the prisoner for interrogation? Who had the right to interrogate prisoner? Did Duch ever personally interrogate the prisoner? CV. The interrogation was done right there inside the prison fence. Duch gave the orders for the guard to bring the prisoner to the interrogators. Even though Tachan and Tamias interrogated, they could only interrogate after Duch had authorized it. During the interrogation, if the prisoner did not answer, Duch would torture the prisoner himself. Chan and Mia did not have the right to torture prisoners. Even if the prisoners did not answer, when he interrogated the prisoner, Duch would both interrogate and record the response in the books. After the interrogation, he would examine those notebooks. As for Tachan and Tamias, after the interrogation, if the prisoner had not answered, they would report to Duch. Then Duch would both personally interrogate it and torture them. I never saw any messenger came to get the prisoner confession books from Duch.
Judge Lavergne, several paragraphs were read out. First, do you confirm your previous statement concerning the flood that happened and the deaths that you described?
Yes, at that time there was a flood. Yes, there was a flood. There was people died. No one rescued the victim because the flood rise very quickly.
Judge Lavergne, do you also confirm that Duch did not order that the detainees in the pits be released or be freed?
Yes, he did not order anything because everyone was stunned and fled because it was immediately rise, and he did not order any rescues, and the flood was there at the time.
Judge Lavergne, in the following paragraph, you provided information as to how the interrogations were conducted. You said that all acts of torture could not be carried out without Duch having given the order to do so. Do you confirm this?
The witness. Yes, before interrogating, the interrogator wait for the order from Duch, and then he or she, they can do the interrogation. No one would dare to interrogate without his orders.
Judge Lavergne, further on, you said that Duch followed up. He would interrogate them himself by using torture. So, in your mind, does this mean that Duch systematically took part in all the interrogations, and that he systematically used torture?
Yes, in fact, he interrogated by himself, as I told Your Honor earlier, until the extent that he beat the victim and stripped the shirt and the trouser off from the victim.
Bien, je crois qu'on peut poursuivre la lecture.
Could the next paragraph be read out, please?
Please stop after you finish reading one paragraph so that we can verify by Judge Lavergne. Question. During prisoner interrogation, what torture methods did Duch use? CV. Duch alone had the right to torture prisoner. He did the torture personally by himself, for instance, by taking a cloth, dipping it in kerosene, and wrapping it around a stick, and burning to the bodies of the prisoner who had their arms tied behind them and were hanging from a tree branch and swinging up and down.
I heard people talking about it.
Avez-vous vu Duch tirer?
Judge Lavergne, did you see Duch fire the shots himself?
The witness. No, I did not see him doing any shooting.
Donc je continue la lecture.
Judge Lavergne, I shall go on reading. The people who fired were Meas, Chan, Pon, and Fal, and I never saw Duch shooting. I think that these executions were surely carried out on the orders of Duch, because the gunshots were deafening, and those who did not execute would be executed in the place of the prisoners. Does this reflect something that you saw or that you said, or does this reflect your memory?
Yes. Those guards who allowed prisoners to escape, they will be punished. If the prisoners failed their attempts to escape, then the guards would not be punished.
Judge Lavergne, does the name Pal mean anything to you?
The witness. Brother Paul died.
Comment savez-vous que Pal est mort?
Judge Lavergne, how do you know that Pal is dead?
The witness. He died there, and I heard that he died because of the immoral offense.
Judge Lavergne, did you see him dead?
Prisoner, the witness. No, I did not.
Judge Lavergne, you told us earlier that some of your family members had been detained in M13. Can you tell us more about this?
The witness. My grandfather
Est-ce qu'il s'est passé
Judge Lavergne, did something in particular happen between you and your grandfather when you were in M13?
The witness. I had a feeling of fear because my grandfather was being detained there. I was also worried about myself that I would be connected to this matter.
Judge Lavergne, was your grandfather interrogated?
The witness. I did not know about that because at that time I already left.
Judge Lavergne, did you have the opportunity to see your grandfather again? Was he freed? Was he alive or did he die at M13?
The witness. The grandfather from my father's side died at that location, but the grandfather from my mother's side survived.
Judge Lavergne, how did your grandfather die in M13?
The witness, I did not know how he died because I had already left.
Judge Lavergne, did you see your other grandfather again after leaving M13?
The witness, yes, I met him at the house.
Judge Lavergne, did you say something to him?
The witness, we did not discuss on anything, we just chatted normally.
Et vous avez bavardé de quoi?
Judge Lavergne, what did you chat about? What did you discuss?
The witness, we did not talk on any particular topic, we just had an ordinary chat.
Ça ne vous a pas
Judge
intéressé
Lavergne,
de savoir
were you not interested to find out how he had succeeded in being released from M13? You put no questions to him? You did not try to find out what had happened?
The witness, I did not dare ask because at that time I really was fearful and I did not try to dig out the reason.
vous aviez peur
Judge Lavergne, whom were you afraid of? Your grandfather or someone else?
The witness, when we were at the base area in the village or the sub-districts, and not everybody liked everyone else.
vous aviez
Judge Lavergne, you were afraid of your own family? Or were you afraid of your neighbors? Or Duch? Who or what were you afraid of?
The witness, I was afraid of others who could grasp the situation and report it about this, then we would be dead. So it's better not to ask.
et raconté quoi?
Judge Lavergne, talk about what?
The witness, what was it about? I could not understand it.
Judge Lavergne, you said that you were afraid that people might talk about something in relation to what had happened. Could you tell us whether something happened? Did something happen?
The witness, we were afraid that they would monitor us, followed us. So I was afraid and I did not ask him. Because during that period everyone was being followed and monitored. So we had to be vigilant all the time, and we had to be careful of what we said, or we would be dead.
Quand est-ce que vous avez revu
Judge Lavergne, when did you see your grandfather again?
The witness, I met him in 1974.
Quand est-ce qu'il est mort?
When did he die? Says Judge Lavergne.
The witness, he passed away only after the liberation.
Et après
Judge
la
Lavergne,
libération,
after the liberation, were you still afraid to talk to him?
The witness, no, I did not ask him anything else after that, until the day he died.
Judge Lavergne. Do you have, did you see prisoners being brought away, and did you hear about executions?
The witness. No, I did not know about that.
Alors, je vais...
Judge Lavergne, so now I'm going to read again this document 78.4. You said the following. Well, we ask you the following question. Where did the executions take place? How were the prisoners executed? And your answer is, the prisoners were beaten to death or behind the neck with a bamboo staff in the forest. The majority of the prisoners died because of executions and some because of starvation. What I just read to you, does this correspond to something that you said, or does this correspond to your memory?
The witness. I do not know.
Judge Lavergne, you do not know because you do not remember anymore? Or because you never got to know such events?
The witness. Because I did not know the event.
Pourquoi?
Judge Lavergne, therefore, why did you say this to the investigators?
The witness. At that time, my other siblings spoke during a meal time.
Qui a parlé?
Judge Lavergne, who spoke? Those who were participating in these executions or other people?
The witness. The elder brothers who spoke about it.
Qu'est-ce qu'ils ont dit exactement?
Judge Lavergne, what did they say exactly?
The witness. They spoke about prisoners being struck.
Judge Lavergne, where were they brought to and how were they beaten?
The witness. I did not know.
Judge Lavergne, you told us earlier on that there was on average between 10 to 20 guards at M13. Was there a team that was more specifically in charge of the executions or not?
The witness. I do not know about that. I do not know which team was in charge of the execution. I only knew of my duty, which was to guard, because everybody was mindful only about their own duty.
Judge Lavergne, was there a team designated to supervise the prisoners who were going to work outside of the camp?
The witness, I do not know about that.
Donc, en ce qui vous
Judge
concerne,
Lavergne, so therefore, concerning yourself, did you go supervise prisoners outside of the camp or not?
The witness, I used to guard them while they were planting potatoes.
You never noticed anything special?
The witness, no, I did not observe any particular event, because during my guard no prisoner ever escaped.
est-ce qu'il y a des
Judge Lavergne, were there any prisoners who managed to escape?
The witness, I do not know about other guards, but under my guard no prisoners escaped.
Est-ce que vous avez connu
Judge Lavergne, did you know a guard called Chan Vun?
The witness, he was the one who allowed the prisoners to escape.
Est-ce que lorsque vous étiez,
Judge Lavergne,
quand vous étiez vous-même gardien,
when you were a guard at M13, was Chan Vun also a guard at M13?
The witness, yes, he was also a guard there.
qu'est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire sur l'histoire de Chan Vun?
What could you tell us about the story of Chan Vun, says Judge Lavergne?
The witness, Chan Vun allowed prisoners to escape, so he was removed to be detained.
Est-ce qu'il s'est
Judge Lavergne, did he escape from M13? Did he escape on his own or was he helped?
The witness, he was assisted to escape. I told him to flee too because I was afraid.
Judge Lavergne, what can you tell us about the accused? How did he behave when he was at M13?
The witness, he had a strict character and really a workaholic.
Je vais donner un
Judge Lavergne, I'm going to read the document D78-4 again, and you're asked the following question: can you describe to us Duch's personality traits, Duch is somebody who's firm and serious. You say, I'm afraid of him. None of the guards dared enter his office. Guards such as myself did not dare joke with him, but we would joke with the others. And he was very meticulous in his work. He spoke to the cadres during a meeting and saying that they were speaking about to hide, asking them to hide information pertaining to work and to executions and to other activities related to the security office. He was used to carrying his 54 pistol and he smoked. I saw him laugh like crazy as well. What I just read here, does this correspond to you, what you remember, or does this correspond to reality?
The witness, that is true.
Duch vous a dit,
Duch said to you, says Judge Lavergne, that it was necessary to hide, to keep all information pertaining to the security office secret. Is that what he said to you?
The witness, yes, he did.
est-ce qu'aujourd'hui,
Lavergne, today, are you still afraid of Duch?
The witness, no, I'm not afraid of him.
est-ce qu'aujourd'hui,
Judge Lavergne, are
The witness, yes, I was ashamed.
vous pouvez nous expliquer un peu
Judge Lavergne, can you tell us a little bit why?
The witness, I was ashamed because I saw the corrupt activities, the killing of people, and if I were to escape, I was afraid of being killed, so I dare not to run away.
Judge Lavergne, you just said, if I understood it, that you saw people being killed. Is that what you said?
The witness, as I described, when those were sent to the upper echelon, they disappeared. They were sent to a study session and they just simply disappeared.
Vous avez dit que
Lavergne, you saw them being killed. Did you personally see them being killed?
The witness, no, I never saw it with my own eyes because we could not just simply go and see it. The President, I think we are now running out of time, so it's time to adjourn. François Roux, you have anything to add?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Roux, could you remind the witness that he should speak to nobody before the rest of his interview, and in particular, he should meet no other witnesses who appeared before the court before him. Thank you, Mr. President. If you could please remind him of this.
The President. The trial chamber announced the adjournment of the proceedings, and we will resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And Mr. Chan Khon, now we adjourn the proceedings and the listening of your testimony. You can return to your place and return tomorrow. Do not contact anybody during this waiting period before you finish your testimony. And the visual unit understands this issue clearly. So, court officer, could you please facilitate him to go to the visual for his waiting location, which has already been prepared. And the security guards, could you bring the accused to the detention facility and bring him back before 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Please stand on.
That you were watching him torture this victim?
The witness. Duch saw me, yes, because I was nearby. I was at the other end of his table. He did see me.
Was Duch saying anything during the torturing?
The witness. He did not say anything to me. He only spoke to the prisoner.
And what did he say to the prisoner?
The witness. He was interrogating the prisoner, but he did not say anything to me. I only stood and watched it from a distance. So he was interrogating and speaking to the prisoner.
How long were you watching this incident for? Do you remember? Was it a matter of 1 or 2 minutes or longer?
The witness. It was quite a long time. It's probably more than 15 minutes.
And what eventually happened to this prisoner? Did she live? Did she die? What sort of condition was she left in when you stopped watching the scene?
The witness. After that, he untied her and put her back into the prison.
Thank you. The second incident I'd like to talk to you about. You've told us that you saw Duch shooting your uncle to death. And I appreciate this must be very upsetting for you to talk about. Can I ask you first, did Duch know that you were watching that particular torture incident? Were you watching in secret?
The witness. I could not hear clearly.
I'm sorry, I'll repeat it more slowly. The incident that you described of Duch shooting your uncle, were you watching that scene in secret? Did Duch know that you were watching?
The witness. When he shot my uncle, I was nearby, but he did not know that I was nearby. I was from the other side. When he was at this side, I was at the east side, and then I heard the gunshot. Then I heard another shot, and I saw my uncle already falling into the ground. So then my tears dropped when I saw my uncle was shot to death. He did shoot my Uncle Soy, and his wife was still a nun. At the present time, you can ask her, the wife of Uncle Soy. She's my aunt. And he said there was no name Soy. Soy Om Liang, that's my uncle. And now his wife became a nun at the pagoda there in Om Liang.
You described that there was one day that you saw pits and bodies buried in the pits. Can you tell us, please, how many bodies you saw in the pits?
The witness, as I stated earlier, he said that we were not allowed to chase the wild boar, but actually I took the prisoners to chase the boar. And when we were near the stream, that's when I saw. And then he called me to come back. So I returned. And he scolded me while I led the prisoner to go to that direction. But I did not pay attention for that location at the time.
I don't quite follow your answer. Perhaps something got missed in the translation. Do you mean that you don't remember how many bodies you saw? Or you saw but you now can't remember?
The witness. I cannot hear, says the witness. The President, can the co-prosecutor ask the last question to the witness again?
Thank you, Mr. President. You have described a time where you came across some dead bodies in a pit. And I think you told us that you were not supposed to be there, and you were told that that wasn't where you were supposed to go. But my question is, when you saw the pit with the bodies, do you recall how many bodies were in the pit, how big the pit was, or can you give us any more help?
The witness. At that time, there were 4 pits, and I did not know about the number of dead bodies. Some of the pits were full and some were half. So I could not estimate the actual number of the dead bodies in each pit. Amongst those 4 pits, some were full and some were half, and they were not covered.
Perhaps you can help us with how big the pits were.
The witness. The pits were, it's not really square, it was like round, and it was about 2 meters deep. So it was like a well, it's round. And the depth was about 2 meters for each pit.
When you saw the bodies in the pit, can you tell us what condition they were in? Were they clothed? Were they naked? Were their hands tied? Were their hands not tied? And could you see how they had been killed?
The witness. From my observation, there were male and female, and they were clothed. But some they were half naked, there were no shirts.
Did you notice whether or what forms of injuries the bodies had? How they might have been killed?
The witness. In those pits, I saw them in those pits, so they must be beaten or clubbed to death in those pits. They were in those pits, so I did not know how they were killed.
I have one more question, Mr. President.
The President, yes, you may ask.
You've told us that when you were describing Duch's character, that you would be in trouble if he was laughing, but things were okay if he was serious. Can you explain a little more about that? What you mean by that?
The witness. I used to be with him, so that's what I observed. When he interrogated the prisoner, when he spoke to the guards, if with a straight face, then it's okay. But if he has a smile on his face, then there will be a problem. So if I went to have a meal and I saw him with a smile, then I knew I would be in trouble. So if he keep laughing, ha 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 ha, then there should be no problem. Or he might beat the prisoner and the guards too if they made a mistake. If he had a straight face and walked away, that would be okay. But if he smiles, then they would be in trouble. So that is his character.
Thank you, Mr. John Vern. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President. Now it is time to adjourn for lunch. The Chamber declares the adjournment, and the court will resume at 1:30 p.m. Security guards take the prisoner back, take the accused back to the waiting room and bring him back before 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. Court officer, can you facilitate the witness to the waiting room and bring him back before 1:30 p.m.
សូមអញ្ជើញក្រោកឈរ Please stand up